Good evening. Hells yeah. Back on Pittsburgh. Doing more configuring and playing. We got a train. And it's almost light out. Killed the rest of darkness. Working my shop trains. Getting these engines into the shop. And it's a pain in the butt. So while we get started, we're gonna finish this and then we're gonna go on to Cresson, do some configuring. Work our way east. There isn't a whole lot in Cresson to do. He's all fired up. Looking at a couple things here quick. All right. They stay in the shop for a week. And then they get their hours reset down to 0. Anything over 4,000. When you got more than 3 locomotives that go to the shop, it's a 3-engine operation. Unless you just want to drive through these shop bays here. I don't know if you'd want to do that. Because you'd put 3 of them here, back this one out, grab the other engine, pull them out so the mobile can get at them, and then one at a time. We're just going to connect these back up right away. Medium is too slow, fast is too fast. Actually, we're just going to leave those where they sit. These don't need to be running. They shouldn't be. That's why we're pulling them with other engines. So according to the Railroad Wiki, CB10 is engine transfers. I think Run 8 config files has this as the Hollidaysburg local. Let those sit for now. Grab this guy. One engine at a time. Can I pull both of them? At least get it to the turntable. I'm giving her all she's got. Gonna blow her up. Problem is you fall down to the pit. Oops, wrong button. Yeah, put this one with the other three. It lines up. I did the other three while it was dark. I figured I'd leave these other two to show how I do it. Rough. Having to do one at a time, a couple at a time. You'd probably get an engine and an MP15 switcher onto the turntable. I think there's a room for both. This thing is loud in here. Makes a lot of noise for a little thing. Turntable in action. And we got that sliding turntable on the other end. We'll make use of that soon. Once we get done with Cresson, we'll be working well, Hollidaysburg and then Altoona we'll probably do. Probably do Hollidaysburg first. It's a configuring nightmare down there. Pretty realistic right here. I don't know if this ever happens. I doubt it. Pretty serious. Yeah, an MP15 would fit on here easy. I need the third one. Two more. Well, it comes to find out they don't run any grain trains through Pittsburgh division here. Well, this part of it anyway. Not very many. But we found a couple eye candy trains to put in here. A couple BNSF ones. A couple NS ones. doing grain because there's a grain train that transfers to RJ Corman that goes up. Where I forgot. Clearfield, I think it's called. It'd be nice if you could do locomotives on an industry. You're speeding in the shop. There, the 5 engines that needed to go to the shop are now in. This is a cool little thing. One of those little things. What's up, Eugene? Good evening. Hold us up here and shut her down. Those guys away down there. And all I have left over here is to get these guys onto these 3 tracks with this guy. That does all the hefty lifting. To have it, but yeah, because engines won't service on an industry spur, or you know, like a car would. Piece of rolling stock. Pretty sure they don't. Maybe. Yeah, it doesn't hurt to give it a try. Because I'd like to process it through the paint and the mechanical and all these other things that they got set up. Test shed, paint shop. Run it through its process. Oh, I forgot to turn the lights off on the... Yeah, I didn't think... Yeah, I'm... Just have to do it mentally. I always forget to turn the lights off. So we're done in Altoona here. We'll get these guys some other time. The other thing I did off stream is I cleaned up my industries in Johnstown. So now when the CSX manifest comes in, supply train, it's only going to have CSX cars on it. Or it would. It's not going to have any NS cars on it, and vice versa. So a lot of industries have two. They're all showing up NS on here. Sometimes it switches because it's weird because you got two industries on the same spur, and that doesn't work very well in game either. But as long as they're exactly the same, it doesn't matter. It's just going to count for one or the other. Like this one. This one's only CSX served. And then scrap metal is only NS served. And I took scrap off of the steel company because there's 3 industries that make scrap loads. Wouldn't they just send them to the steel industry? Seem more realistic. I guess they. Well, I know the fuel pads used to work. Where you set the locomotive on the fuel pad and it eventually fill itself up with fuel until they added the refuel button and took that function away. I've only been playing for V3, so I have no idea what V1 or V2 was like in the prehistoric days. I wish that function still existed. So first things first here. They say he's got this setup has got that unit grain train servicing on this track right here. I think it was V2, and they took it out when they came out with V3 and auto and all that stuff. They added the refuel button. So we're gonna get rid of this industry because we're gonna send it off map up through the RJCP like it's supposed to. The thing that sucks about that is I think you can route coming from east to west, but coming from west to east where the grain train would come from, it's a manual switch, which really sucks. It's just another Run 8 quirk we're going to have to work around. Can't fully automate the 54K it is? Yeah, 54K. We're going to delete that industry. And I roam. Okay, so I want this one, eastbound. Grain. Well, guess I would want it on here, and he's already got it. I don't want to allow mids. Bring up some research pages. Doing some research before we started. RJ Corman stuff. Why didn't I not put that in? Oh, it's right here. So where's that train? It says on here one of them. Where did I see that? There was a piece on here, 61, or no, that's the Everett thing. But never mind, it's on here. 54K. Got it going to Cresson. Not exactly Cresson, it goes up farther. How do I want to do this? I want to know exactly where it goes. Thought it probably take me forever to find it. I had seen it one time. Exactly which city it goes to. Put that for now. Spawn it. While we're working, we can send it away. From the San Bernardino sub from LA into the auto yard still works. So if you're coming from San Diego, auto racks from San Diego, they will route into the auto yard in San Bernardino. And then if you're coming from the east or north or whatever, then they go into the intermodal yard. I stumbled upon that a little while ago, that it does that. RJCP-01. Fill them up with gas. It could be a recent bring back because I remember testing it. at one time trying to see if it would go into the intermodal yard from LA, and it wouldn't. Maybe I wasn't starting the train far enough back for it to route there. But yeah, it wasn't, it didn't do it at first, but it, I don't know, this is about a month or so ago now when I was messing with that. Yeah, when I was doing my Fresno autoracks, I discovered that. For CLR, so I got some setouts here. Those all go that way. Let's go up there and do those two industries first. And on the depot files, that plant up there is called BNS. I wonder if that stands for bull and shit. I was gonna make it another coal plant, like there was one up there back in the day. Long time ago. I think I might make it a rock industry or something. Just something to use it for. I was trying to, because I wanted to run shuttles between Hobart and San Bernardino. And you can't route into Hobart either. I don't know if you used to be able to. But that's one yard that's... It's got its own tag in the train routing for the Hobart yard, but it won't go in from any direction. I'm gonna have to shove all the way up there, ain't I? Yeah. Ultimately, what I want to do with these short lines on Pittsburgh here is make like the industries that are off map. Run the local up, they would serve the industries off map, and then they'd come back. And these two industries would be served on their way back from Clearfield to Cresson. Yeah, see, now you can't. At least I couldn't figure out how to. I would have thought that one would have been an easy one that Otto could route into. If you can route into San Bernardino's IM yard, you should be able to route into Hobart. Yeah, so we're gonna shove these up there for this time. But I made spawn points. I even made a spawn point for that little branch that goes off that 50 feet into nowhere. I like to make use of all the tracks, even though it's not modern. And as far as I'm understanding, they don't run any trains up that line anymore. It's very interesting how some of the yards can be routed into. Some of them can only be routed from certain directions, and some you can't at all. Hopefully V4 fixes all that. You just route in all the yards. Damn it. They're on that track, so I can't be on that track. Well, that's crazy. My first time working this area. Gonna have to go forward. How many cars are here? 33. Exactly how many fit there in it? I would say 32 because this one hangs over slightly. Oh, we're right on 33, so I can put that in there. Lyman Rock, 33. Alright, I gotta switch to heading to my engines. A routing point? So how many tracks we gotta come over? The third one? Not that one. Over here. At least all the switches are neutral. They made all the routings, or just for that spot? I'd assume all of them. Alright. Thanks for stopping by. Work. Make it the best it can be. Yeah, I like these three short lines, the Everett, the Nittany, and RJ Corman, to do a little bit of supply train work. Just add the off-map industries like it's an on-map one. Send them off, save the train. Do an order builder to bring them back on. Or make it as a supply train in game and then put it in consist editor to block it correctly. We're not screaming here. Or spelling right. That's a rock joint already. I have another rock joint up there. I don't want to do coal. We gotta have a coal train run through here too. Do I have that set up? No. I don't have the number for that. I want to set up a coal train that runs up here too. One does come through here every once in a great while. Gonna have enough room? Probably not, because I didn't pay attention to where my head end was going. 3 cars. I should have enough. The Everett and the Nittany Railroad wikis have their customers on. You can see all the customers they serve. So you can... Those will be easy to put in. RJ Corman one's a little more guessing game. Yeah, they can probably route right here. But they can't that way. I'm gonna have to just push them all up like this. I'd like that 55K to spawn randomly. And another thing I need to do about that. Just run 8 cars. Just NS cars. And then we will does this is a longer train. I don't really think it needs a DPU. Speeding. Runaway. I didn't put that in there. Trying to do two things at once, drive a train and configure stuff. This on map. On map. Might change that. Why wouldn't I? I can just have it like spawn like 2. Well, it's not going to be the only grain train. Okay, so I can't do that. Not with that spawn point. That I could make another spawn point over there. I have to adjust those spawn points on the ends of the map anyway, because they always end up too short, I think. I think one of them is too short. So according to Google Earth, these two industries are legit. And the Lyman Rock one is too. It's 84 Lumber and Heating World on the on. This is High Country Motors on here. Neither of them get real served anymore. They might have back in the day. Not in 1992 they did. If they did, it's been a long, long time. So you definitely have to take liberties. If we Google search High Country Motors, what do we get? Oh, it says it's there, right next to Heating World. Oh, it's a house. Truck repair shop. Heating World is a fireplace store. Yeah, I think the High Country Motors is what's really there. The truck repair shop. So they could get 60 footers too. That's what he's got them down as, all 60 footers. See, if these are big enough places, why wouldn't they get a possible CX transfer for something out here too? Why is it just for... Why would you only get interchange for CSX from Johnstown? I don't know. I don't know why I'm trying to slow down so much. Besides the fact that it's right there. I can't decide! So I would set these two industries up to only come in on the RJ Corman's supply train. And then they would get serviced as they come in. Since the spurs are forward facing when you're leaving. Basically the same as this one too, but I'd have to make the tracks longer. Or my spawn point longer. It's quite a ways away. Got a forward facing entry too. But you can run around up in there. So you can pull in. 1, 2, 3, 4. Got 6. I think 6 is fine. Six is a lot for a truck repair shop, so. And got new outbound tags. Yeah, that's how he works. His outbounds. They have a industry on the end of the tracks where they go set them off and leave them there. I'd just rather go off map. Crap. I'm on a huge grade, not paying attention. So this will only be served by the inbound Corman local. Get a rockin', buddy. Get that thing roll. Well, I don't need to be hitting no bumpers back here. So this is I got 2 outbounds for Enola, 2 trains, and 2 outbounds for Conway. Those are my supply trains for NS. And then the 3 short lines in CSX has an inbound and an outbound. Oh, so I mean they're empties, so I don't. There's not many empties that come out of Johnstown, but I think all the empties I got coming out of Johnstown will go to a different industry on map. The Johnstown Tribune will interchange with the American Paper Mills in Tyrone. And then I think there's Sid. I'll have to go through it and refresh myself. Had them taking gondolas at one time. Scrap truck stuff. I had thought about that too. So I could just make the outbound RJ Corman local RJCP 03. Forgot which one it is, but I think that, well, maybe not for RJ. I think one of the short lines just does it by shift. Like 01 is first shift, 02 is second shift. Well, if I just made the outbound 04, make it 04. Clear field. That's what I was saying. All that is correct. '03 will be the one coming in, '04 will be the one going out. That one industry is completely done. Oh, you work on 84 lumber. Oh, yes. I gotta double up the Conways and Enolas, so not as many. There's like a 10% chance it goes out on the 04. But we'll probably... Maybe they won't go to Enola or Conway at all. Empties would go back to industries that need empties on the RJ Corman line. Or industries on map that takes 60-foot empties. Johnstown Tribune. Yeah, like I could send them all back. I could send them all to the paper mill. But we won't know until we get to Tyrone how many the paper mill can hold. Looks like 6. And fits 6 on there comfortably. Oh wait, what am I doing? I want to bring those all with me. Not sure it would produce lumber. Wouldn't it take it? That 84 on the roof of this building is the same style of 84 that's on Jody Ridley's race car. Cumberland Paper Mills. Maybe? Maybe? Isn't that what the sponsor is? 6. I think it produces empties. Aren't those things moving around so awesome? That's so cool. So these are going to be loads. These are going to be empties. Ah, and you can't change it either. This is not working out very well either. Well, that's good. Close enough. We don't want empties traveling too far. You don't make money shipping empties. I seen where the Urbana branch, that other one in Cresson, there's a lumber company near the end of it. Maybe we can send our lumber empties there. Place is just too small to be a producer. Yeah, that's Jody Ridley's logo. Pretty close. Carpet mills. Interesting. Western PA? Pay attention. What I'm doing. And multitask at the same time. Okay, not having that comma there bugs me. On the trains, I can't have them there. Both of these are smaller industries that can hold quite a few cars per size of the industry, so they would take longer to process. We'll run them at 84 hours and see what that does. Oh, these gotta be changed to 2. Okay, so then this industry's done. So what are we gonna make that BNS company? That BS company? More stone, limestone? I don't want to make it coal because kind of do it the way it's set up. You can only process a few cars at a time. If that's going to be the only industry on the, well, there's going to be others. It has to be serviced like that frequently. Those 2 are done. That's the other 84 lumber. That's, yeah, the El Tuna one. I'll have to redo the manifest spawn point. I got it set up where it only would spawn like 20 cars. Maybe I'll up it to like 25 before it cuts off. Alright, Cresson, Lime, and Rock. So we're up here by Jody Ridley's place. And we'll come down. Back into the yard, and that's the Lime and Rock. Oh my god, picture from 19. Last picture's from 2019. Oh, we're cruising. Thankfully, the speed limit's 30. This place is weird. It's got such a long lead there, and I can't get over. I had a crossover right there. That's a lot of moves. It feels like it should be a unit train. Trying to figure out how I'm going to do this. I guess I'll take everything back in. Yes. Sorry, private road. You're gonna have to deal. So we're going to pull these alongside, uncouple them, go all the way down, pull all these back, recouple to those, and we'll pull forward, pull those out, and put them in. I think that'll allow me one less long run around. Cresson, lime, and rock. And if we're gonna process some 33 at a clip, that's unit train status. How long would it? It wouldn't. Obviously, it'd only take a little bit per car. That is just one line. And it doesn't have to be 33 cars at a time. I didn't look for lime and rock trains. I was just looking for coal. Or not coal, grain. There's nothing currently. That doesn't mean we can't make one up. Yeah, that don't mean we can't make one up. My 52's almost here. It is. It's past it. Yeah, see, I don't... Trying to get in here from the west is not easy. Can I route into main B? Or main 8 or whatever that is? Such a long ways away. No crossovers to get them up in here. I run them and park them in main B or main 8. Main 8. Then we can back them up in there. We got here. That. What CP would that be? $54K. Well, he's already in there. We'll see what he does. He's going right through it. I don't know what would. What's already in there. Interesting. I think I'm gonna have that westbound from Baltimore South Fork train go into the Woodvale yard since that's an issue. I haven't changed that. This guy's just gonna go through, so. That routing XML just must ensure him that he's gonna be on main 1. I guess. It'd be nice if he routed into there. But there's, yeah, this is the only control point. This has got to be the one it means. they would go down main one anyway. Forgot how to get in the engines. We'll stop him before main 8. Pull him in there. And then we can back him up into... See, so if I made it automatic, that would suck. Because I can't route him in here. It basically can just be one of those road trains that we spawn and drive it from one end to where it's going, from where it's from to where it's going. And then we can route ourselves right into this yard, into this lead. I got Corman SD70s from Mr. Aviator. That dude is pretty sweet. He did the black lift 15s. Yeah, so here's where I gotta stop. Why wouldn't it route him into there? That would be so awesome. Why didn't you stop? Oh, I wasn't even there yet. Oops. This one. Some of the train routing decisions are interesting. How many do we have on the train? 60. So what I was reading on the coal trains, what they'd do is they'd leave the NS units on the back. Corman would put theirs on the front, drive it to the coal mine. Since it's right on, it loads right on the main line. For the return trip back to Cresson, the NS units would be in the lead. And they would just unhook the Cormans, put the NS backs on, and off they went. From what I was reading. I think we'll do something like that, but that NS unit is backwards. Maybe we won't. If we're gonna run it ourselves, we'd rather run the Corman engine. For variety. Then we got one, two, four sets of grain trains, two NS and two BNSF that are pass-throughs. So 8 total, 4 on each end. I'll have to go get those in there by the end of the night. Martins Creek, Mechanicville, Norfolk, and Porter, Delaware for an interchange. The BNSF ones come from Chicago. And this one comes from Fostoria and Springfield, Ohio. The siding is super long. See, I would have thought that this would have, yeah. The train routing should put it into that. Then I could set a relinquish point and get to it when I get to it. We got 3 trains coming. Not gonna be able to get across the road. Alright, we'll park her here. I assume this is the light here as long as I pass this. Yeah. Have to do this. I set this up to have 100 empties, but we're only going to do about 60, 65 at a time. This is 62. And that's right at 2.0 horsepower with 4 engines. So we're never going to get many more than that. I do not like those Amtrak cars. I guess that is the way they're supposed to be. They need skirts. They look wrong. I don't like that at all. Alright, back to this job. Until those trains pass. Work on Cresson Lime here. I don't know. Produces empties. That's where they dump it? I thought that's where they would get it from. If they take loads, it would most definitely be a unit train. We're gonna have to dive into that a little bit, see what we can come up with. Just gonna put that in there for now. Don't a lot of rock and limestone come from these mountains? That's what I thought. Nothing comes up. Nothing comes up as to what this place is called. No, yeah, it would dump. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's a dump. Takes loads. Not many industries here. Just, to me, it screams unit train. I'll run the unit grain train. as a road train, manually running it. Give us a good excuse to run a road train. It won't go over Horseshoe, and it wouldn't be that long. But it's got some going on the 12 already, and the 10. Interesting. If you're coming for train handling tonight, it's not going to be very well. I do not like how this... Well, if we're dumping lime and rock here, that industry up there is definitely not going to make lime and rock, or else it would dump it here too. Same with the scrap guns at Johnstown. Why would the steel plant be requesting loads of scrap guns when there's 3 industries all right there that can truck it over within 3 blocks of it? I don't like that the number board's lit out. Yeah, this industry's best work from the backside here. So in the meantime, off streams, we'll do some research on the off-map industries. Get a list of a few of them that we can set up and run our trains off-map and then bring them back. Or Run 8 could just give us more branch line. It's just crappy that this is the only track that goes into this part of the yard. Crazy. How many hours do I got set for? 84 right now, that's good. Yeah, I think I got everything re-tagged to how I'm tagging all my outbounds. Keeping that simple here. Enola and Conway can figure that out. Yes, these three tracks, or two tracks, can be like the outbounds and inbounds. This will be the pass through. This will be the lime track, and then I got these 3-5. Got it as a scrap facility, but I think I don't know. Do they scrap the well cars and bulkheads here and stuff? Go through it. I'll have to go through the timeline. A lot of bulkheads and well cars there. They must tear them down there. That's got the line and none of those do. Stickler about that. Those are the old ones. Oh, they all should be correct. Yeah, so we'll just leave them on this track for now. When we pull everything out for NS to pick it up, we'll leave that on main 8 here too. Is that the C52 that comes through here? I think that's what it is. C42, C52. One of them does Johnstown, one of them does Tyrone. I do need to get back over here though. Gonna have to do a little bit of research on lime and stone in the areas and how that all works before we determine how we 100% set this industry up. I think this one's called Cresson Steel. Yep. We have to get the CSX local ready to go. We can do that. That would be in here. And we gotta set up a work train for CSX. The black rip tracks are pretty much CSX cars that need servicing. Anything NS would go to Altoona or whatever. And the black lick maintenance of way stuff, it'll be serviced by CSX because it's basically CSX trackage. How many were there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I forgot to look. So I think 9 will fit in this industry. They got 10. Definitely only 4 fit on those tracks. I mean, he could put a 6th one there. I think 9 is good. The Johnstown scrap, I'm having just go to Conway. We can go either. Yeah, 'cause I don't think there would be any places that need scrap elsewhere. Well, for the RJ Corman stuff. I'm slowing down. That all looks good. That looks good. I go down to 9, yeah, 36. I like 36. You should get a few more than we need, and we can use a track or two to switch out. And this is where well cars in Pennsylvania go to die. Might be a TTX thing. There's bulkheads, yellow bulkheads, and well cars. .578 is probably going to get there before the 27G does. We're gonna have to fire up Kenny. Have him on in the background. Or just blast into my cut of cars. Whoever comes first. Alright. Yeah, industry tag is good. Those are good. Loads, 9 of them, 36. Get these zeroed out and then this industry's good to go. And we got those 2 industries up at a main line. Alright, so that one's done. Alright, how are we getting out of here? I think we're gonna set a maintenance of way up on that end of that spur there. I don't think I need that big of a lead. We can set some cars. We'll see how big the industry. If it stops at the curve, that would be perfect. Oh yes, I like it. Alright, new industry. Cancel. I can't spell. had to look it up. That doesn't even look right. I got NS ones too, but I don't have either of those set up. I mean, it's basically going to be NS. Those four, right? I don't have them for that either. Yeah, those four. Got the industry there. So we won't set up that big industry yet tonight. So I really don't know what to put there. That Lyman Rock industry really changed my idea of what I wanted there. I-79's gonna... I don't think I'm gonna be able to squeeze through. CSO. See, for that steel, it doesn't have a name. But it's like all TTX stuff. Look at all that. And you come here, and there's nothing. They definitely scrap cars. There's a bunch of TTX covered hot or center beams. Some more center beams if you could see it. Yeah. Rest of that you can't see. So is it like a TTX scrap? There's some engines there. Like I could set up on these yard tracks like I did with Voight on the SoCal map. Oh, I'm outside of it. Bring in empty TTX cars and then they go poof once they're done processing because they've been scrapped on like 2 of these tracks. That would kind of simulate that. Not sure. This is some sort of NS maintenance of way thing. There's really nothing here. I think they just put it here. They have it taken. Scrap empties. Or scrap loads and turn them into empties. Was that listening to that? I thought that was... Yeah, it was. Maybe not. Yeah, so what do we do here? There is nothing here. Like a maintenance of way set off. Nothing. Tracks are pretty much done. Yeah, and you got the NS Works yard. Does Depot Plus have this something? Oh, that's my CSX stuff for the southeast map. Yeah, so it's got M&W. It doesn't have an industry there. Ugh. Oops. It's only got 3. They're by the Cambria yard. That don't make no sense. Cresson Steel, they got serviced by NS. Where is Warren Oil? RJ Corman Interchange. I wonder if that's what they got it as. Yeah, B&S plant. But they don't have that in here either. So that they took that out, but it's still on the maps. Yeah. Bucknell High Spire Terminal. That must be what they use it for, is the interchange. And they changed all that stuff too. Do I got a free track? Oh, that guy. You son of a bitch. That's alright, I got time to... I got other stuff to do. You can wait. So how do we get where we're going? Probably this track. This track. This track. This track. I'll pull them out like we're servicing them. I'd like to have something there for something more to do, because there's not a whole lot going on here. Unless I make that the maintenance of way area instead of up there. Guess that would be more realistic. I'd like to know the name of that Cresson steel place. The Cresson steel place can take wheels. Wheel cars. Those wheel cars take bad ones too, right? Or they'd probably tear it down and scrap it in guns, huh? Cut it up into pieces. $7.35. Pennsylvania Ave. Oh, Kenny must got wrecked out. Oh, I hate that. Nowhere near where I wanted to be. Nothing comes up. Nothing comes up. It says it's a family home. Okay, it says Cresson Steel Company. Oh, well, on a different. This is where Cresson Steel is. Must be a part of both. Yeah, it goes across the street, yeah. The road connecting it. I'm just intrigued by it having all TTX stuff. They don't have a website. I can't find nothing on just general public scrap recycling. But it'd be interesting to have... Oh. Going the wrong way. Well, now that we've gone through it, I kind of know what to look for to kind of button this stuff up, but how many cars does it fit? 11. Yeah, RJ Corman does have a lot of... I could like do the maintenance of... And delete it. We're gonna take it out of here. RBS 1. That's not Cherry Tree. That's Irvana. Irvona. Cherry Tree is up here. Ball Timber used to have a coal loading facility. That was the last I seen that they use of it. Get rid of that guy. We use that as the maintenance of way. We don't have to pack it full. We'll leave that open. It's going bye-bye too. Since I got these here, why don't I leave these here for the steel? Why not? That means we gotta back up. I really think we're gonna... Boom. Maybe just the one. So Depot Plus claims this as an NS yard, and then RJ Corman picks up at the other end of it. That's what I'm guessing the Depot Plus says. It's kind of like down in Howdaysburg. Most of it is controlled by NS. Gotta go in reverse because I got the engines messed up, so it always screws me up. I know out here it's pretty much all NS because this is the only place that NS fuels. I'm really surprised that they don't have fueling stations at Altoona. What do we got here? 11. Not that that matters. How many of those fit? I put 15 down. We can put 12. 14 and 12. Pretty sure bulkheads are longer than well cars. By a foot. How long are pigs? $94 feet. Those are the longest cars. Alright, so what we're gonna do. That's where we'll scrap all our old unused rolling stock. I open up my SoCal sheet. Go to Voight, that would be BNSF for free. I do this. Alright. God damn it. Put a rebar gone. That look like it would have. That look like, I mean, that's a pipe one. MP and SPR pipe. CSX's wire. Gotta be the Conrail one. Kind of looks like beams. $11 of them. Ten of them. I guess I gotta go across the street to do the works, so. We might have to get some mainline authority. And 10. I feel like you can fit 11 here. So a combination of 20 cars. Seven, and 7. 7, and 6. That might go higher too. I don't know. Processing hours will have to be adjusted a little bit when the whole map is done. Really doesn't matter, but I'll just put the American stuff, the domestics. 6, 7. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. C star. 7, 8, 9. And all of these. Cut out the CSX ones. First 4 are the 4 that are empty. Center beams. We're down to 5 each. I'm not gonna do box cars, tankers, no auto racks. No hoppers. I like that, just like that. There, so that's my place for TTX anyway. Alright, as soon as this 578 comes by. I'm gonna come over here and figure this out. And then all we pretty much got left here is that big bullshit plant. Like put these guys like right there. That could be a good home for them. We need 4 of them. Would 4 of them fit there? That's tight. No, they would clear. That'd be a good home for them. I'd like to redo these. But they're good placeholders for sure. Very awesome. But I don't know what the coal train number is going to be. They would have their own number, I think. I think RJ would have its own number. I'm not sure. Gotta switch those around. Oh, that would be fine. That's fine. 2 to take up the unit coal train, and 2 to take up the unit grain train. And as soon as that gets a number, just go with the NS numbers. Let's see if I can stop it. I can set myself a restricting and get in here. Right on top of it, right? I don't. I do need that. When I was right there. Get this boy backed in. Going downhill, so I don't need to give her too much. And then this. What is that? EBs are not bringing it down. So, one thing we can do, go into our Pittsburgh content rail vehicles unit number database. That is a Run 8 SD70s. They got 3 SD70s on the Pittsburgh line. They got a couple on the West Virginia line, 03 and 04. So with this, we keep it on the Run 8-1, 2622. I can just... yeah. Only one space in between it, but I don't think that matters. Yeah, we got all day for this train. Did I stop? No. Then they got 2645. 2647. They got 2645, 2647, and 2622. So you would go with 2622 and then 45 through 47. That way when they respawn, they'll always be the same numbers and they'll always have the same, the hours will always add up. Oh, he can go. Oh, I guess I can't yet. All the signals are... Oh. They gotta change it while they're blue. It's alright. Wasn't 100% paying attention to what I was doing. I didn't want him to go that way. That's okay. Got some action. These guys don't need fuel. They need to be returned around though, so they're in the other direction. Not too often I use a Y around these parts. And you're loud. I gotta go all the way back there. I guess it's better to just go through the fuel pads. No, we're not gonna do that. It's not that much farther. That's tight, but it's gonna have to do. We'll just make it where they're not there all the time. I really don't have to have anything coming through on this track either. I can kind of foul that one. Well, the engines were tail to tail. Start this guy up. Yeah, I definitely would like to redo these. I can't have them nose to tail, and I will, because I got to pull that back one up. Well, no, I'm not going to worry about it. We'll pretend that coal mine made a big loop. RJ Corman built them some new tracks so they could do a big loop. Sure, we're good all the way through. We should be. I don't think I'm going to be able to change it now. Oh. I gotta restart, so that takes effect. We'll just AI him. And we'll go for a little ride. See if he does what he's supposed to. How can he not? There's only one direction to go. I'll be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. Yeah, so the hoops you gotta jump through to make this all happen. Just every once in a while we'll run it as a road train. We'll see it through to the end of the map. Wasn't on the game. If NS controls this yard in real life, it is not in my map. We're gonna roll with it as an RJ Corman yard. In 2021, NS closed the Cresson engine house. Ethanol plant in Clearfield. So they go to Clearfield, not Cresson. Didn't I have? Oh, yeah. Didn't I have that in there? Maybe I just had it for this one. So I'm gonna have to put the RJ Corman skin on both of the Run 8s, so I only get RJ Corman engines. But I'm gonna want the NS on the backs. This one I can spawn, drive it down to the main, and then AI it out. I put NS on there, then it'll go anywhere. So we'll just do the Run 8. Or just do the NS. And then we'll put the Run 8s on since I don't have it on both. It's just playing around and testing, having some sort of idea what you want to do. Try new things out here I can maybe incorporate into SoulCal. We're picking up steam. Give us more short line trackage, please. What's up, Abe? Not in your backyard tonight. An OG. Well, we're in Pittsburgh tonight. Well, Pennsylvania. East of Pittsburgh. Starting our climb up a mountain. A little one. There are hills out east. I think if I delete those other two engines and bring them back in, they'll come in as the good numbers. Maybe not. Horns loud. Blowing his horn for some crossing out in the middle of the nowhere. There's civilization around here. Unlike the deserts. By the time he's allowed to get up to 30 miles an hour, he's going to be off map. I really wish they would extend this, because there's a really cool part right beyond the map. So we're going up here. We are coming around this curve. That's the road we just crossed. And then you come up here. And they got this little windy bit. This is about where the map ends, right around here. And they got this little S to get up the mountain. At least they could have modeled that part. So we can have some string line derailments. And right here is where that BS plant is. And there used to be a real railroad that go through. You can see it. I don't remember if it connected to this road or if it kept going where it ended up. Because it was right here. You can still see some of the track. part of that, and then in the game, the plant is right here. But if you follow those tracks, there's a coal plant somewhere, or an old one. Yeah, right here. Used to be. Right? Was it there? Maybe it's not there. There was water ponds somewhere. Way back in the day. I don't think that's it. I lost where I was. Oh, we're up here. Came out right there. I think I followed this. It's all gone now. There was 3 little ponds left. But all the grass had retaken where the mine was. Comes up, it curved. And I lost where it goes. Oh, right here, right here. Yep. It must have been quite a ways away. It comes down here, and then there's a Y right here. An old Y, and then it follows down. To there. And it's all gone. Did I leave that switch open? I did. Man, that annoys me that those are left open, and I do it all the time. A perspective where we are. We started down here. Due east of Pittsburgh. I'm thinking I could turn this map over within 48 real life hours. Hollidaysburg, really, Altoona, there really isn't. Tyrone, there isn't much to this map. SoCal, I could probably turn it over in a month real lifetime. Florida, Georgia's probably a month. That map is just huge. I really need to find me a Florida, Georgia MP server. Don't tell me that other switch is switched too. They should keep calling it the BS plant, the bullshit plant. I don't know what I want to make out of it. Gotta figure out something. Got something for now. The name of the old coal joint that used to be there. Robindale Energy Services. But it's funky because you would only do your loadout on that spur track. And I was thinking Stone, but if they're dumping lime in Cresson, they would just get it from there. Why are they... no. I turned it into a coal joint. I just want to have it all processed at the same time. Gotta make a note. RJCP grain spawn down to 65 cars. Oh, we pretty much got 2 more industries left to do that I wanted to get done tonight. And then we gotta get the eye candy grain trains in. The pass-throughs. I have some BNSF power running through the map. And I want to bring up the manifest spawn up to 25 or 30 cars. Since it's going to service those 2 industries just by itself. I want to redo the CSX one too. See if it's gonna go off map right there. If they intended it to be coal, they would have colored this black, right? Because the coal mines have black, same texture, just different color. I think we've seen enough of this guy. It's gonna go bye-bye in about 2 minutes. Just train after train. We got some blue. Hope I got all my switches. Didn't switch yet. Claim my spot. Get across the street. That switches over here. I bet you I gotta switch back. I don't jump around my camera so much when I can't fly to switch switches. When I can fly, I'm pretty careless with the camera. Don't worry, I'll be right across in no time. I'm gonna bring these cars back across the street. What normal activity, I probably would bring that cut of outbounds out here. And have all these and set them in that in that 8 main. And it would be the C52 that comes between Woodvale and Altoona that would pick it up on its way back to Altoona. The Depot Plus, there's 2 industries here. On this map, there's only 1. Because of switches. Sorry, guys. Yeah, see, I don't even think I would bring an RJ engine over here. I could probably pick them up with the C52. Just back in and grab them. More scrap. What is up with scrap? Is this Anaheim? That'll do. Alright, let's figure what we got here. Got Cresson NS Works Yard. Serviced by the 52, and that's how I'm gonna do it myself. Used to have them take ballast, scrap guns. An interesting combination. Oh, that's the wrong one again. So on the depot, we got track supervisor and keystone bolt. Tag Y97. Yeah, it's got to be a. Where is Warren Oil? Is that the old? Is that the old yard? Yeah. Interesting. Oh, where is it? Down here. It doesn't look like oil to me. Doesn't look like anything. Maintenance of way stuff. Gotta be what they're referring to. And there used to be a rail line going through it. That's still Johnstown? No, we ain't worrying about that. Go over there, but it's weird that it only goes back to 2019. There's no current. I mean, they had some ballast running there, but I got coil cars. One time. One time! These other ones are too grainy. I have one maintenance away at the balloon track and one maintenance away at Woodvale. And then there will be a maintenance away at Altoona. That's every 20 miles. That's plenty enough. In SoCal, I put one every 30 miles. Ish. Keystone bolt. What does that come up with in search? Keystone screw. What is it taking? It has a taken oil cars. They don't have a keystone bolt and Cresson or anywhere near. Wait. Maybe it just doesn't exist anymore. Well, it's down the street a little bit. Genmar. Yes. Pretty sure. Yep. That's it right here. Got a bunch of steel coils. I think I would rather have that there than what is in these files. Has a website. So is the steel company that's in Johnstown that one gonna service it? Well, we can pull them out. These empties out. Do both at the same time. Ton more empty scrap guns we can take across the street. So we're gonna grab the aggregates first. Oops, wrong button. There's a feed mill right next to it. We can do another grain train. They can take a few different things. They make a pumpable resin. It's like, looks like it's sort of like a JB weld type of thing. Yeah, they take tankers. Yeah, well, tank trucks. We could give them two. Well, these tracks are pretty big. Tank cars of whatever product it needs to make that. So what on earth would they come up with filling aggregate hoppers out of here? What's up, Mr. Kibbs? Yeah, there's a tanker right there. Nice. I tried watching you in the background while I was streaming, but things didn't work out, it looks like. I missed the beginning. We're working on the industries in Cresson. Interchanges with RJ Corman Corporation. Near the tunnel with a neighborhood on it. It's a lot of noise. I mean, this could. Oh. Yeah, I think we'll. Guess we can just. But it's gonna take loaded scrap, not empty scrap. It's gonna load scrap. It can be like the. Yes, the main maintenance of way hub for NS here. Even though I got two smaller sections elsewhere in the map. Gondolas are gonna go across the street. Multitasking. Those dots are the industry splines. That's where you place the cars to get serviced by the industries. I was editing them. When you're in the editor mode and placing them and taking them away, they're bigger red. Otherwise, they're the orange dots. It's a large train for these two engines. New engine for you, Kenny. One you haven't seen before. Yeah, pretty sweet. So it should make that resin and bolt plates one industry, or keep them separate as two? It's Genmar. Somehow I was muted. It wasn't like the orange and yellow one I use in Bakersfield, is it? Mostly orange with yellow accent? Orange. I don't know what it would be. This is a short line I don't know of. Yeah, because like the San Joaquin Valley Railroad ones that I use in my SoCal. That company owns a bunch of short lines across the country, and they're all painted the same. They just have a different logo on them. So when this guy passes, I should be able to get across. I think one track is going to be enough. We're not using any of these. Those are all ethanol and shit. Four too many. So So 26, 13, and 13. Keep it even. A lot of cars for that little company. Well, 12 and 12. I like 12 and 12. That's the guy I'm waiting for. So produces empties. Produces empties. We're gonna have this guy go big. Start at 132. Damn it. So then there's that lumber company in Gatlin. Is that what it's? Is that how you say it? I think I want to use that one. That's the green guy, right? Now, these are just like general purpose, I think. We don't use them much. We'll use those. Those are my resin tankers. Yeah, somebody's got to be up early for more raisins. Ugh. I don't know how people do it. I don't know why I can't hover my mouse cursor over a number. I hope the track is dry for you too. Alright, now we can go across the street. Oh, and we're going downhill, so I don't need to put throttle into it. I think I got all my switches set. Oh, I think that's right. Yeah. Just looked like it was on top of each other. I think we'll leave that middle track open. A lot of gondolas here. So pretty much all the industries are done, except for one more. Oh, I gotta... work this. Doesn't take gondolas. Well, it will. Not these. The UP gondola. This is loads. Oh, I'm as far as I need to go. And I could have it take the Conrail aggregates. I think staple bend. What am I doing at staple bend again? That's a unit train. It's using the Conrail aggregates. Can't say anything nice, don't say anything at all. I always wanted to play the early ones. Never got around to it. So we don't need to do another aggregates. Gonna take aggregates off. What if I use... I know it's not... Nothing's really real life. But if I use that to supply my other two maintenance of way areas with ballast from there. No, Yeah, I just could never play any of those types of games ever again. Hopefully it doesn't go too far, because it should all fit on there. This stuff's got to get sorted out. We'll save it for nighttime. You getting rain? I had to drive down to Beloit and back today. It was a beautiful day for it. Oh, come on, you can kick back better than that. Oh, seriously? We make things fit. Liberate! Yeah, so every other time, those are just gonna go on the train to Altoona. Come on. I don't. I don't mind him either. But he's a little dry. He doesn't have much spunk to him. But he's pretty informative. Like I say, and I used his sliders all the time. Those were just his sliders that I always used. So he's knowledgeable. I just seen him. He was live last night and did his opening day. It reminded me that of him. Well, this is it for moving cars around. You don't need spunk. I think you're lacking a lot of spunk in your life, Kenny. Yep. Missing out on all that spunk. A couple switches in the back or in the front. Leave the power sitting right here. So these got to be sorted. That's offline stuff I can do at night when it's dark out. I got these last couple switches over here. I'm gonna this thing. Basically, all that's there is rail and ties. Was ballast hoppers there, but there's no piles of ballast anywhere. Those are all coil cars. That one place definitely gets serviced here. Maybe. I'm not sure. So we can F that off for now. I got Genmar done. That's that for Industries and Cresson. We got the one more up by the... Yeah, because I was going to put a mole here. I guess I don't have to put a mole here. But I was trying to keep them 20 miles-ish away, apart from each other. Yeah, think about it, but I'll probably just leave this empty then. This is the last industry I wanted to do. Get done for sure. See, they do have maintenance away there. I didn't check this. Piles of ballast. Once. These are too grainy to see anything. Yeah, I'll figure it out. Is there anything stored on these tracks? These are... They don't have good pictures here. And I need the Deagle. Yeah, Deagle.com. Their website doesn't tell me much. I used to have a track there, but it's not there no more. The rest of them are grainy, yep. Yeah, it looks like they're unloading and loading onto that truck. I don't know. I think if they were making it and loading it, they're taking loads. Taking loads. Lumber supply. Four and oh, they got it going over a road. I don't know if I want to do 7. How about we just go 4 and 4 and stop it before it goes? How are you gonna unload it when it's on the road anyway? 2 hours. It's in the middle of nowhere. This is the only industry that's out in the middle of nowhere. I think I want to call it 7D wholesale. I like that name better. That's why if you're gonna edit industries, get your outbounds before you do anything. And then you can just copy and paste them right in there. Save a ton of time. All your off-map destinations. There. Change these out bulbs right away. Ready to go when they're picked up. Done and done. Got through that fairly quickly. Oh, I want to do put in the eye candy. Unit grain. Add. These are the odd numbers. 49A. Sure. This will be 47A. They're empties. It can be peons. I can adjust that stuff some other time too. 41N. Just NS stuff. I gotta do this to the other ones. And 45. On that has Conrail and one that doesn't. These just BNSFs. So that's one side. Now we gotta go do the loads. One gets to 44s. Low price. 6A. Because they're loaded, so they'll get extra. I am horrible that way. This one gets to ES. Alright, so the grain trains are done. Wanted the Amtraks. We got that. It is all in the description. Maybe I'll just make them both maintenance. I guess you can never have enough maintenance of way. Notes on stuff to do in the meantime. I think that'll finish her for tonight. And we'll either start an Altoona here and work on this, because this is where the NS car shops are gonna go. I think we'll save Altoona for last. We can do across the street. These couple industries. This mess. I know I don't want all this stuff like this. Rid of all this crap. Want them on the inside. That's why you got that roundhouse. Or turntable or roundhouse. Slidey table. We'll do this quick. Come on. You can do it. Yeah, I think we'll do these over here. I think it's pretty much gonna stay the way it is. I think we're gonna change that much. We can do that car shop over there. The other maintenance of way I was going to have right here. And then we can work down towards Hollidaysburg. There's industries along the way there. I think that's what we'll do next time. Because, yeah, well, that's basically doing Altoona. So, yeah, we'll do Altoona, work to Hollidaysburg, and then Tyrone will be. And we can do supply trains. Get to work. These bad boys put away. Switch, right? Nope. Thought that switch was switched on me. I'll be running a lot of road trips because I want to make use of the helpers. Simulate that gameplay. Why does it take like an hour to get from one end of the map to the other? The only train that's in the Rose Yard right now that is big enough to go anywhere is the Everett cars. We're only 28 hours into this save, and half of it has been spent configuring industries. We're probably 40% done with the map ish. Tyrone's about the size of Cresson, and Hollidaysburg is about the size of Johnstown, and then you got Altoona. But yeah, I think I can make this an industry. Maintenance way, work down this way, get Altoona pipe and steel. I head down to branch. Industries along the way. That one doesn't have anything, but it could. Get this one. This one doesn't have anything, and it will. Got another 84 lumber up in this place. We'll take lots of. Could throw boxcars in there too. We got a chemical joint. This is the CB60 Universal. Sulfur tanks in there now. I think that's the last one. Yep. Starting to mingle with Everett Railroad. This is the engine shops for Everett. But this is still NS. It's like this right here on the left is NS and on the right is Everett. Come down and you got Everett Transload right here. Everett Engines. That's where they do their passenger excursions. Because it just feels totally separated. And on one of the maps I seen, all this stuff over here is labeled as Norfolk Southern. And then this is Everett, and then it goes down its branch line. I wish there was more of it. But none of this connects right here. They only connect right there. And right there, and then down at the NS would service all this. This would be the C42. And it's pretty much just car shops. A lot of storage. NS uses this for storage. Like in the wintertime, there's only coal trains that run in the wintertime, so they store all their coal cars here during the summer. All this storage. That's like, how do you simulate that in the game? The only way to get back here is from back here. You gotta come in, go down this first track. The only way it connects. But right now this is set up as Everett services all that, and it's not going to. But we'll figure that out next time. How do we populate it with bad order cars? Rolling stock needs work. But anyway, we'll save that for next time. Not sure when that will be. Hopefully Monday night. But anyways,